after heaven he owes his life to one who, whether he is related to him or not I cannot tell, for he did not accompany him. 4 days ago he stopped here, and I told him my sorrow, how I had a dying guest, and he charitably saw him, and has since then nursed him more like a twin brother than a stranger." The good woman prattled on. Flora heard but little of what she said, and overcome by weariness and sleep, paid no attention to her tale. But having performed her orisons, and placed her head on the pillow, she was quickly lapped in the balmy slumber she so much needed. Early in the morning she was awoke by a murmur of voices in the next room. She started up, and recalling her scattered thoughts, tried to remember the account the hostess had given her the preceding evening. The sick man spoke, but his accent was low, and the words did not reach her. He was answered. Could Flora believe her senses? Did she not know the voice that spoke these words? "Fear nothing, a sweet sleep has done you infinite good, and I rejoice in the belief that you will speedily recover. I have sent to Siena for your sister, and do indeed expect that Flora will arrive this very day." More was said, but Flora heard no more. She had risen, and was hastily dressing herself. In a few minutes she was by her brother's, her Lorenzo's bedside, kissing his wan hand, and assuring him that she was indeed Flora. "These are indeed wonders," he at last said, "and if you are mine own Flora you perhaps can tell me who this noble gentleman is, who day and night has watched beside me, as a mother may by her only child, giving no time to repose, but exhausting himself for me." "How, dearest brother," said Flora, "can I truly answer your question? To mention the name of our benefactor were to speak of a mask and a disguise, not a true thing. He is my protector and guardian, who has watched over and preserved me while you wandered far. His is the most generous heart in Italy, offering past enmity and family pride as sacrifices at the altar of nobleness and truth. He is the restorer of your fortunes in your native town, and the lover of my sweet sister Dot. I have heard of these things, and was on my way to confirm his happiness and to find my own, when sickness laid me thus low, and would have destroyed us both forever, but for Fabian Tarlamia, who how exerts his expiring authority to put an end to this scene," interrupted the young count. "Not till this day has Lorenzo been sufficiently composed to hear any of these explanations, and we risk his returning health by too long a conversation. The history of these things and of his long wanderings, now so happily ended, must be reserved for a future hour, when assembled in our beloved Siena, exiles and foes no longer, we shall long enjoy the happiness which Providence, after so many trials, has bounteously reserved for us." 13. The Parvenu. Why do I write my melancholy story? Is it as a lesson, to prevent any other from wishing to rise to rank superior to that in which they are born? No. Miserable as I am, others might have been happy, I doubt not. In my position, the chalice has been poisoned for me alone. Am I evil-minded? Am I wicked? What have been my errors, that I am now an outcast and wretched? I will tell my story, let others judge me. My mind is bewildered, I cannot judge myself. My father was land steward to a wealthy nobleman. He married young, and had several children. He then lost his wife, and remained 15 years a widower, when he married again a young girl, the daughter of a clergyman, who died, leaving a numerous offspring in extreme poverty. My maternal grandfather had been a man of sensibility and genius. My mother inherited many of his endowments. She was an angel on earth, all her works were charity, all her thoughts were love. Within a year after her marriage, she gave birth to twins, I and my sister. Soon after she fell into ill health, and from that time was always weakly. She could endure no fatigue, and seldom moved from her chair. I see her now, her white, delicate hands employed in needlework, her soft, love-lighted eyes fixed on me. I was still a child when my father fell into trouble, and we removed from the part of the country where we had hitherto lived, and went to a distant village, where we rented a cottage, with a little land adjoining. We were poor, and all the family assisted each other. My elder half-sisters were strong, industrious, rustic young women, and submitted to a life of labor with great cheerfulness. My father held the plough, my half-brothers worked in the barns, all was toil, yet all seemed enjoyment. How happy my childhood was! Hand in hand with my dear twin sister, I plucked the spring flowers in the hedges, turned the hay in the summer meadows, shook the apples from the trees in the autumn, and at all seasons, gamboled in delicious liberty beneath the free air of heaven, or at my mother's feet, caressed by her. I was taught the sweetest lessons of charity and love. My elder sisters were kind, we were all linked by strong affection. The delicate, fragile existence of my mother gave an interest to our monotony, while her virtues and her refinement threw a grace over our homely household. I and my sister did not seem twins, we were so unlike. She was robust, chubby, full of life and spirits, I, tall, slim, fair, and even pale. I loved to play with her, but soon grew tired, and then I crept to my mother's side, and she sang me to sleep, and nursed me in her bosom, and looked on me with her own angelic smile. She took pains to instruct me, not in accomplishments, but in all real knowledge. She unfolded to me the wonders of the visible creation, and to each tale of bird and beast, of fiery mountain or vast river, was appended some moral, derived from her warm heart and ardent imagination. Above all, she impressed upon me the precepts of the Gospel, charity to every fellow creature, the brotherhood of mankind, the rights that every sentient creature possesses to our services. I was her almoner, for, poor as she was the benefactress of those who were poorer. Being delicate, I helped her in her task of needlework, while my sister aided the rest in their household or rustic labors. When I was 17, a miserable accident happened. A herrick caught fire, it communicated to our outhouses, and at last to the cottage. We were roused from our beds at midnight, and escaped barely with our lives. My father bore out my mother in his arms, and then tried to save a portion of his property. The roof of the cottage fell in on him. He was dug out after an hour, scorched, maimed, crippled for life. We were all saved, but by a miracle only was I preserved. I and my sister were awoke by cries of fire. The cottage was already enveloped in flames. Susan, with her accustomed intrepidity, rushed through the flames, and escaped. I thought only of my mother, and hurried to her room. The fire raged around me, it encircled, hemmed me in. I believed that I must die, when suddenly I felt myself seized upon and borne away. I looked on my preserver, it was Lord Reginald Desborough. For many Sundays past, when, at church, I knew that Lord Reginald's eyes were fixed on me. He had met me and Susan in our walks, he had called at our cottage. There was fascination in his eye, in his soft voice and earnest gaze, and my heart throbbed with gladness, as I thought that he surely loved me. To have been saved by him was to make the boon of life doubly precious. There is to me much obscurity in this part of my story. Lord Reginald loved me, it is true. Why he loved me, so far as to forget pride of rank and ambition for my sake, he who afterwards showed no tendency to disregard the prejudices and habits of rank and wealth, I cannot tell, it seems strange. He had loved me before, but from the hour that he saved my life, love grew into an overpowering passion. He offered us a lodge on his estate to take refuge in, and while there, he sent us presents of game, and still more kindly, fruits and flowers to my mother, and came himself, especially, when all were out except my mother and myself, and sat by us and conversed. Soon I learned to expect the soft asking look of his eyes, and almost dared answer it. My mother once perceived these glances, and took an opportunity to appeal to Lord Reginald's good feelings, not to make me miserable for life, by implanting an attachment that could only be productive of unhappiness. His answer was to ask me in marriage. I need not say that my mother gratefully consented, that my father, confined to his bed since the fire, thanked God with rapture, that my sisters were transported by delight. I was the least surprised then, though the most happy. Now, I wonder much, what could he see in me? So many girls of rank and fortune were prettier. I was an untaught, low-born, portionless girl. It was very strange. Then I only thought of the happiness of marrying him, of being loved, of passing my life with him. My wedding day was fixed. Lord Reginald had neither father nor mother to interfere with his arrangements. He told no relation. He became one of our family during the interval. He saw no deficiencies in our mode of life, in my dress, he was satisfied with all, he was tender, assiduous, and kind, even to my elder sisters, he seemed to adore my mother, and became a brother to my sister Susan. She was in love, and asked him to intercede to gain her parents' consent for her choice. He did so, and though before, Lawrence Cooper, the carpenter of the place, had been disdained, supported by him, he was accepted. Lawrence Cooper was young, well-looking, well-disposed, and fondly attached to Susan. My wedding day came. My mother kissed me fondly, my father blessed me with pride and joy, my sisters stood round, radiant with delight. There was but one drawback to the universal happiness, that immediately on my marriage I was to go abroad. From the church door I stepped into the carriage. Having once and again been folded in my dear mother's embrace, the wheels were in motion, and we were away. I looked out from the window. There was the dear group, my old father, white-headed and aged, in his large chair, my mother, smiling through her tears, with folded hands and upraised looks of gratitude, anticipating long years of happiness for her child, Susan and Lawrence standing side by side, unenvious of my greatness, happy in themselves, my sisters conning over with pride and joy the presents made to them, and the prosperity that flowed in from my husband's generosity. All looked happy, and it seemed as if I were the cause of all this happiness. We had been indeed saved from dreadful evils, ruin had ensued from the fire, and we had been sunk in adversity through that very event from which our good fortune took its rise. I felt proud and glad. I loved them all. I thought, I make them happy, they are prosperous through me. And my heart warmed with gratitude towards my husband at the idea. We spent 2 years abroad. It was rather lonely for me, who had always been surrounded, as it were, by a populous world of my own, to find myself cast upon foreigners and strangers. The habits of the different sexes in the higher ranks so separate them from each other, that, after a few months, I spent much of my time in solitude. I did not repine. I had been brought up to look upon the hard visage of life, if not unflinchingly, at least with resignation. I did not expect perfect happiness. Marriages in humble life are attended with so much care. I had none of this. My husband loved me, and though I often longed to see the dear familiar faces that thronged my childhood's home, and, above all, pined for my mother's caresses and her wise maternal lessons, yet for a time I was content to think of them, and hope for a reunion. Still many things pained me. I had, poor myself, been brought up among the poor, and nothing, since I can remember forming an idea, so much astonished and jarred with my feelings as the thought of how the rich could spend so much on themselves, while any of their fellow creatures were in destitution. I had none of the patrician charity, though such is praiseworthy, which consists in distributing thin soup and coarse flannel petticoats, a sort of instinct or sentiment of justice, the offspring of my lowly paternal hearth, and my mother's enlightened piety, was deeply implanted in my mind, that all had as good a right to the comforts of life as myself, or even as my husband. My charities, they were called, they seemed to me the payment of my debts to my fellow creatures, were abundant. Lord Reginald peremptorily checked them, but as I had a large allowance for my own expenses, I denied myself 1,000 luxuries, for the sake of feeding the hungry. Nor was it only that charity impelled me, but that I could not acquire a taste for spending money on myself. I disliked the apparatus of wealth. My husband called my ideas sordid, and reproved me severely, when, instead of outshining all competitors at a fete, I appeared dowdily dressed, and declared warmly that I would not, spend 20 guineas on a gown, while I could dress many sad faces in smiles, and bring much joy to many drooping hearts, by the same sum. Was I right? I firmly believe that there is not one among the rich who will not affirm that I did wrong, that to please my husband, and do honor to his rank, was my first duty. Yet, shall I confess it? Even now, rendered miserable by this fault, I cannot give it that name, I can call it a misfortune. I have wasted at the slow fire of knowing that I lost my husband's affections because I performed what I believed to be a duty. But I am not come to that yet. It was not till my return to England that the full disaster crushed me. We had often been applied to for money by my family, and Lord Reginald had acceded to nearly all their requests. When we reached London, after 2 years' absence, my first wish was to see my dear mother. She was at Margate for her health. It was agreed that I should go there alone, and pay a short visit. Before I went, Lord Reginald told me what I did not know before, that my family had often made exorbitant demands on him, with which he was resolved not to comply. He told me that he had no wish to raise my relatives from their station in society, and that, indeed, there were only 2 among them whom he conceived had any claims upon me, my mother and my twin sister, that the former was incapable of any improper request and the latter, by marrying Cooper, had fixed her own position, and could in no way be raised from the rank of her chosen husband. I agreed to much that he said. I replied that he well knew that my own taste led me to consider mediocrity the best and happiest situation, that I had no wish, and would never consent, to supply any extravagant demands on the part of persons, however dear to me, whose circumstances he had rendered easy. Satisfied with my reply, we parted most affectionately, and I went on my way to Margate with a light and glad heart, and the cordial reception I received from my whole family collected together to receive me, was calculated to add to my satisfaction. The only drawback to my content was my mother's state. She was wasted to a shadow. They all talked and laughed around her, but it was evident to me that she had not long to live. There was no room for me in the small furnished house in which they were all crowded, so I remained at the hotel. Early in the morning, before I was up, my father visited me. He begged me to intercede with my husband, that on the strength of his support he had embarked in a speculation which required a large capital, that many families would be ruined, and himself dishonored, if a few hundreds were not advanced. I promised to do what I could, resolving to ask my mother's advice, and make her my guide. My father kissed me with an effusion of gratitude, and left me. I cannot enter into the whole of these sad details. All my half-brothers and sisters had married, and trusted to their success in life to Lord Reginald's assistance. Each evidently thought that they asked little in not demanding an equal share of my luxuries and fortune, but they were all in difficulty, all needed large assistance, all depended on me. Lastly, my own sister Susan appealed to me, but hers was the most moderate request of all. She only wished for £20. I gave it her at once from my own purse. As soon as I saw my mother, I explained to her my difficulties. She told me that she expected this, and that it broke her heart. I must summon courage and resist these demands. That my father's imprudence had ruined him, and that he must encounter the evil he had brought on himself. That my numerous relatives were absolutely mad with the notion of what I ought to do for them. I listened with grief. I saw the torments in store for me. I felt my own weakness, and knew that I could not meet the rapacity of those about me with any courage or firmness. That same night my mother fell into convulsions. Her life was saved with difficulty. From Susan I learned the cause of her attack. She had had a violent altercation with my father. She insisted that I should not be appealed to, while he reproached her for rendering me undutiful, and bringing ruin and disgrace on his grey hairs. When I saw my pale mother trembling, fainting, dying, when I was again and again assured that she must be my father's victim unless I yielded, what wonder that, in the agony of my distress, I wrote to my husband to implore his assistance. Oh, what thick clouds now obscured my destiny! How do I remember, with a sort of thrilling horror, the boundless sea, white cliffs, and wide sands of Margate. The summer day that had welcomed my arrival changed to bleak wintry weather during this interval, while I waited with anguish for my husband's answer. Well do I remember the evening on which it came. The waves of the sea showed their white crests. No vessel ventured to meet the gale with any canvas except a topsail. The sky was bared clear by the wind. The sun was going down fiery red. I looked upon the troubled waters. I longed to be borne away upon them, away from care and misery. At this moment a servant followed me to the sands with my husband's answer. It contained a refusal. I dared not communicate it. The menaces of bankruptcy, the knowledge that he had instilled false hopes into so many, the fears of disgrace, rendered my father, always rough, absolutely ferocious. Life flickered in my dear mother's frame. It seemed on the point of expiring when she heard my father's step. If he came in with a smooth brow, her pale lips wreathed into her own sweet smile, and a delicate pink tinged her fallen cheeks. If he scowled, and his voice was high, every limb shivered. She turned her face to her pillow, while convulsive tears shook her frame, and threatened instant dissolution. My father sought me alone one day. As I was walking in melancholy guise upon the sands, he swore that he would not survive his disgrace. And do you think, Fanny, he added, that your mother will survive the knowledge of my miserable end? I saw the resolution of despair in his face as he spoke. I asked the sum needed, the time when it must be given. £1,000 in 2 days was all that was asked. I set off to London to implore my husband to give this sum. No. No. I cannot step by step record my wretchedness. The money was given. I extorted it from Lord Reginald, though I saw his very heart closed on me as he wrote the cheque. Worse had happened since I had left him. Susan had used the £20 I gave her to reach town, to throw herself at my husband's feet, and implore his compassion. Rendered absolutely insane by the idea of having a lord for a brother-in-law, Cooper had launched into a system of extravagance, incredible as it was wicked. He was many £1,000s in debt, and when at last Lord Reginald wrote to refuse all further supply, the miserable man committed forgery. £200 prevented exposure, and preserved him from an ignominious end. 500 more were advanced to send him and his wife to America, to settle there, out of the way of temptation. I parted from my dear sister. I loved her fondly. She had no part in her husband's guilt, yet she was still attached to him, and her child bound them together. They went into solitary, miserable exile. Ah, had we remained in virtuous poverty, cried my broken-hearted sister, I had not been forced to leave my dying mother. The £1,000 given to my father was but a drop of water in the ocean. Again I was appealed to, again I felt the slender thread of my mother's life depended on my getting a supply. Again, trembling and miserable, I implored the charity of my husband. I am content, he said, to do what you ask, to do more than you ask. But remember the price you pay. Either give up your parents and your family, whose rapacity and crimes deserve no mercy, or we part forever. You shall have a proper allowance. You can maintain all your family on it if you please, but their names must never be mentioned to me again. Choose between us. You never see them more, or we part forever. Did I do right? I cannot tell. Misery is the result, misery frightful, endless, unredeemed. My mother was dearer to me than all the world. I did not reply. I rushed to my room, and that night, in a delirium of grief and horror, I set out for Margate. Such was my reply to my husband. 3 years have passed since then, and during all this time I was grateful to Heaven for being permitted to do my duty by my mother, and though I wept over the alienation of my husband, I did not repent. But she, my angelic support, is no more. My father survived my mother but 2 months. Remorse for all he had done, and made me suffer, cut short his life. His family by his first wife are gathered round me. They importune, they rob, they destroy me. Last week I wrote to Lord Reginald. I communicated the death of my parents. I represented that my position was altered, and that if he still cared for his unhappy wife all might be well. Yesterday his answer came. It was too late, he said. I had myself torn asunder the ties that united us. They never could be knit together again. By the same post came a letter from Susan. She is happy. Cooper, awakened to a manly sense of the duties of life, is thoroughly reformed. He is industrious and prosperous. Susan asks me to join her. I am resolved to go. Oh, my home, and recollections of my youth, where are ye now? Envenomed by serpents' stings, I long to close my eyes on every scene I have ever viewed. Let me seek a strange land, a land where a grave will soon be opened for me. I desire to die. I am told that Lord Reginald loves another, a high-born girl, that he openly curses our union as the obstacle to his happiness. The memory of this will poison the oblivion I go to seek. He will soon be free. Soon will the hand he once so fondly took in his and made his own, which, now flung away, trembles with misery as it traces these lines, moulder in its last decay. 14. The Pole. It was near the close of day that a travelling calash, coming from Rome, was seen approaching at full gallop towards Mola di Gaeta. The road leading to the inn is rocky and narrow. On one side is an orange grove, extending to the sea, on the other, an old Roman wall, overgrown by blossoming shrubs, enormous aloes, floating tangles of vines, and 1,000 species of parasite plants peculiar to the south. Scarcely had the calash entered this defile, when the careless postilion drove one of the wheels over a protruding ledge of rock, and overturned it, and, in the next moment, a crowd of people came running to the spot. Not one of them, however, thought of relieving the traveller within the fallen vehicle, but, with violent gestures and loud outcries, began to examine what damage the calash had sustained, and what profit they might derive from it. The wheelwright declared every wheel was shattered, the carpenter that the shafts were splintered, whilst the blacksmith, passing and repassing under the carriage, tugged at every clamp and screw and nail, with all the violence necessary to ensure himself a handsome job. The traveller it contained, having quietly disengaged himself from various cloaks, books, and maps, now slowly descended, and for a moment the busy crowd forgot their restlessness, to gaze upon the noble figure of the stranger. He seemed to be scarcely 22. In stature he was tall, and his form was moulded in such perfect proportions, that it presented a rare combination of youthful lightness and manly strength. His countenance, had you taken from it its deep thoughtfulness and its expression of calm intrepid bravery, might have belonged to the most lovely woman, so transparently blooming was his complexion, so regular his features, so blond and luxuriant his hair. Of all those present, he seemed the least concerned at the accident. He neither looked at the calash, nor paid any attention to the offers of service that were screamed from a dozen mouths, but, drawing out his watch, asked his servant if the carriage was broken. Pan, 4. The shafts are snapped, 2 of the springs are injured, and the linchpin has flown. 4. My lord, in Polish. How long will it take to repair them? 24 hours. It is now 4 o'clock. See that everything be in order again by tomorrow's daybreak. Pan, with these lazy Italians, I fear it will be impossible. Yopaswolum, 5, replied the traveller coldly, but decidedly. Pay what you will, but let all be ready for the hour I have mentioned. 5. I will it, in Polish. Without another word, he walked towards the inn, followed by the crowd, teasing for alms. A few seconds ago they had all been active and healthy beings, so full of employment they could not afford to mend his calash unless tempted by some extraordinary reward. Now the men declared themselves cripples and invalids, the children were orphans, the women helpless widows, and they would all die of hunger if His Excellenza did not bestow a few grani. What a tedious race, exclaimed the traveller, casting a handful of coins upon the ground, which caused a general scramble, and enabled him to proceed unmolested. At the inn new torments awaited him. A fresh crowd, composed of the landlord, the landlady, and their waiters and hostlers, gathered round, and assailed him with innumerable questions. The landlord hoped none of his limbs were broken, and begged him to consider himself master of the house. The waiters desired to know at what hour he would sup, what fare he chose, how long he intended to stay, where he came from, whither he was going, and the landlady led him, ostentatiously, through all the rooms of the inn, expatiating endlessly upon the peculiar and indescribable advantages of each. Ineffably weary of their officiousness, the traveller at last traversed a long and spacious hall, and took refuge in a balcony that looked upon the Bay of Gaeta. The inn is built upon the site of Cicero's villa. Beneath the balcony, and on each side, along the whole curve of the bay, stretched a thick grove of orange trees, which sloped down to the very verge of the Mediterranean. Balls of golden fruit, and blossoms faint with odor, and fair as stars, studded this amphitheatre of dark foliage, and at its extremity the liquid light of the waves pierced the glossy leaves, mingling their blue splendor with earth's green paradise. Every rock and mountain glowed with a purple hue, so intense and soft, they resembled violet vapors dissolving into the pale radiance of the evening sky. Far away in the deep broad flood of the ocean rose the two mountain islands of Ischia and Procida, between which Vesuvius thrust in his jagged form, and his floating banner of snow-white smoke. The solitary heaven was without sun or moon, without a star or cloud, but smiled in that tender vestal light which speaks of eternal, immutable peace. It would be difficult to define the feelings of the traveller as he gazed on this scene. His countenance, uplifted to heaven, was animated with a profound and impassioned melancholy, with an expression of an earnest and fervid pleading against some vast and inevitable wrong. He was thinking of his country, and whilst he contrasted its ruined villages and devastated fields with the splendor and glow of the fair land before him, was breathing inwardly a passionate appeal against that blind and cruel destiny which had consigned Poland to the desolating influence of Russian despotism. His reverie was interrupted by the sound of a female voice singing in Polish among the orange trees at his feet. The singer was invisible, but the sweetness of her voice, and the singular reference of the words, the following prose translation conveys their meaning, to the thoughts of his own mind, filled the traveller with surprise. When thou gazest upon the azure heaven, so mighty in its calm, do not say, O bright enchantment, hast thou no pity, that thou dawnest thus in unattainable loveliness upon my world-wearied eyes. When the southern wind softly breathes, do not say reproachfully, thy cradle is the ether of the morning sun, thou drinkest the odorous essence of myrtle and lemon blossoms. Thou shouldst bear upon thy wings all sweet emotions, all soft desires, why bringest thou then no healing to the anguish I endure? Neither in the dark hour, when thou thinkest upon thy country and thy friends, say not with grief, they are lost. They are not. Say rather with joy, they were illustrious. And it is bliss to know that they have been. It were wise in me to obey thy lesson, sweet songstress, thought the traveller, and revolving in his mind the singularity of the serenade, he continued to gaze upon the trees below. There was no rustling amid their branches, no sound which told a human being was concealed beneath their foliage, nothing was heard beyond the almost imperceptible breathings of the evening air. Did such things exist anywhere but in the imagination of the poet? He could almost have believed that the spirit of that divine scene had assumed a human voice and human words to soothe his melancholy, so floating and airy had been the strain, so deep the silence that succeeded it. One moment more, and there arose from the same spot cries for help uttered in Italian, and shrieks of distress so piercing, they made the traveller fly with the speed of lightning through the great hall, down the staircase into the garden. The first object that met his eyes was the figure of a girl about 16, her one arm tightly embracing the stem of a tree, her other angrily repelling a young man who was endeavoring to drag her away. "I will not go with you, I love you no longer, Giorgio, and go with you, I will not," shrieked the girl, in tones of mingled violence and fear. "You must, you shall," retorted her aggressor in a voice of thunder. "I have found you again, and I won't be duped by your fooleries, Marietta. And who are you, and who begged you to interfere?" added he, turning fiercely upon the traveller, whose strong grasp had torn him from Marietta. "An officer, as it should seem by your dress. Be pleased to know that I am also an officer, and risk my displeasure no further." "No officer would ill-treat a defenseless girl," the Pole replied with quiet contempt. At this taunt Giorgio quivered with rage. His features, handsome and regular as those of Italians generally are, became quite distorted. His hands with convulsive movements sought about his breast for the dagger that was concealed there, his dark flashing eyes fixed intently at the same time upon his adversary, as if he hoped the fiendish spirit that burned within them might previously annihilate him. "Be on your guard, he is a perfect wretch," cried Marietta, rushing towards her protector. The arrival of several servants from the inn dispelled all idea of present danger. They dragged off Giorgio, telling him that, although the girl was his sister, he had no right to separate her from the corps d'opera, with whom she was travelling through Gaeta. "E vero, e verissimo," cried Marietta with joyful triumph. "What is it to him if I like my liberty, and prefer wandering about, singing here and there? Marietta, beware, dare not to speak ill of me," screamed the retiring Giorgio, looking back over his shoulder, and accompanying his words with a look of such frightful menace as completely subdued his sister. She watched in anxious silence till he had disappeared, and then, with affectionate humility and a graceful quickness that allowed not of its prevention, knelt lightly down, and pressed the stranger's hand to her lips. "You have more than repaid me for the song I sang to you," she said, rising and leading the way to the inn, "and, if you like it, I will sing others to you whilst you sup." "Are you a Pole?" inquired the traveller. "A fine demand. How can I be a Pole? Did you not say yourself there was no longer any such country as Poland?" Not that I recollect." "If you did not say it, confess at least that you thought it." "The Poles are all become Russians, and for nothing in the world, Signor, would I be a Russian? Why in all their language they have no word that expresses on a dot. 6. No. Rather than be a Russian, much as I hate it, I would go with Giorgio. 6. This is true. The Russian language is without that word. Are you an Italian? No, not exactly. What are you, then? I am what I am, who can be more? But, Signor, one thing I must beg of you, do not ask me any questions about myself, nor any about Giorgio. I will sing to you, talk to you, wait upon you, anything of that kind you please, but I will not answer questions on those subjects. Seating herself upon a stool, in a dark corner of the traveller's apartment, as far removed as possible from him, and all other interruptions, Marietta passed the evening in playing on her guitar and singing. She was a most accomplished singer, possessing and managing all the intricacies of the art with perfect ease, but this scarcely excited admiration in comparison with the natural beauty of her voice. There was a profound melancholy in its intense sweetness, that dissolved the soul of the traveller in grief. All that was dear to him in the memory of the past, the joys of home and childhood, the tenderness and truth of his first friendships, the glow of patriotism, every cherished hour, every ended spot, all that he had loved, and all that he had lost upon earth, seemed again to live and again to fade, as he listened to her strains. Without paying any attention to him, and apparently without any effort to herself, she breathed forth melody after melody for her own pleasure, like some lone nightingale, that, in a home of green leaves, sings to cheer its solitude with sweet sounds. Her countenance and figure would have been beautiful had they been more fully developed. They resembled those sketches of a great artist in which there are only a few lightly traced lines, but those so full of spirit and meaning, that you easily imagine what a masterpiece it would have been when finished. The first visit of our traveller, on arriving, next day, at Naples was to the Princess Dashkoff. She was a Russian lady, whose high birth, immense wealth, and talents for intrigue, had procured for her the intimacy of half the crowned heads of Europe, and had made her all-powerful at the court of St. Petersburg. Detesting the cold barbarism of her native country, she had established herself at Naples, in a splendid mansion, near the Strada Nuova, and affecting an extravagant admiration for Italy, by her munificent patronage of the arts and artists, and by perpetual exhibitions of her own skill, in drawing and singing, dancing and acting, had obtained the name of the Carina of the North. Her salon was the evening resort of the wise, the idle, the witty, and the dissipated. Not to know Carina was to be yourself unknown, and not to frequent her conversazioni was, as far as society was concerned, to be banished from all that was fashionable or delightful in Naples. It was the hour of evening reception. The Pole burned with impatience to speak to the princess, for on her influence, at Petersburg, depended the fate of his only brother. A splendid suite of apartments, blazing with lights, crowded with company, lay open before him. Without allowing himself to be announced, he entered them. When a highly imaginative mind is absorbed by some master feeling, all opposing contrasts, all glowing extremes, serve but to add depth and intensity to that feeling. The festal scene of marble columns garlanded by roses, the walls of Venetian mirror, reflecting the light of innumerable tapers, and the forms of lovely women and gay youths floating in the mazy dance, seemed to him deceitful shows that veiled some frightful sorrow, and with eager, rapid steps, as if borne along by the impulse of his own thoughts, he hurried past them. Scarcely knowing how he had arrived there, he at length found himself standing beside the princess, in a marble colonnade, open above to the moonlight and the stars of heaven, and admitting at its sides the odors of the blossoming almond trees of the adjacent gardens. "Ladislas," exclaimed the lady, starting, "is it possible? To see you here almost exceeds belief." After remaining some moments in deep silence, collecting and arranging his thoughts, the Pole replied. A conversation ensued, in so low a voice as to be only audible to themselves. From their attitudes and gestures it might be inferred that Ladislas was relating some tale of deep anguish, mixed with solemn and impressive adjurations, to which the princess listened with a consenting tranquilizing sympathy. They issued from the recess, walked up the colonnade, and entered a small temple that terminated it. From the center of its airy dome hung a lighted alabaster lamp of a boat-like shape, beneath which a youthful female was seated alone sketching a range of moonlight hills that appeared between the columns. "Idale," said the princess, "I have brought you a new subject for your pencil, and such a subject, my love, one whose fame has already made him dear to your imagination, no less a person than the hero of Ostrolenka, 7, and the Vistula. So call up one of those brightest, happiest moods of your genius, in which all succeeds to you, and enrich my album with his likeness, spreading it before her." 7. At Ostrolenka, the Russian and Polish armies were in sight of one another. The destruction of the Poles seemed inevitable. Not expecting the attack, their lines were not formed, and the Russians were triple in number, and advancing in the most perfect order. In this emergency, 300 students from the University of Warsaw drew hastily up in a body, and, devoting themselves willingly to death, marched forward to meet the onset of the enemy. They were headed by a young man, who distinguished himself by the most exalted courage, and was the only one of their numbers who escaped. He stationed his band in a small wood that lay directly in the path of the Russians, and checked their progress for the space of 3 hours. Every tree of that wood now waves above a patriot's grave. In the meantime the Polish army formed, bore down, and gained a brilliant victory. It is difficult to refuse any request to a person who has just granted us an important favor. Ladislas suffered himself to be seated, and as soon as the princess had quitted them, the gloom which had shadowed his brow at the names of Ostrolenka and the Vistula vanished. The surpassing beauty of the young artist would have changed the heaviest penance into a pleasure. She was lovely as one of Raphael's Madonnas, and, like them, there was a silent beauty in her presence that struck the most superficial beholder with astonishment and satisfaction. Her hair, of a golden and burnished brown, the color of the autumnal foliage illuminated by the setting sun, fell in gauzy wavings round her face, throat, and shoulders. Her small, clear forehead, gleaming with gentle thought, her curved, soft, and rosy lips, the delicate moulding of the lower part of the face, expressing purity and integrity of nature, were all perfectly Grecian. Her hazel eyes, with their arched lids and dark arrowy lashes, pierced the soul with their full and thrilling softness. She was clad in long and graceful drapery, white as snow, but, pure as this garment was, it seemed a rude disguise to the resplendent softness of the limbs it enfolded. The delicate light that gleamed from the alabaster lamp above them was a faint simile of the ineffable spirit of love that burned within Idale's fair, transparent frame, and the one trembling, shining star of evening that palpitates responsively to happy lovers, never seemed more divine or more beloved than she did to Ladislas, as she sat there, now fixing a timid but attentive gaze upon his countenance, and then dropping it upon the paper before her. And not alone for Ladislas was this hour the dawn of passionate love. The same spell was felt in the heart of Idale. One moment their eyes met and glanced upon each other, the look of exalted, eternal love, mute, blessed, and inexpressible. Their lids fell and were raised no more. Rapture thrilled their breasts and swelled their full hearts, for, motionless, and in deep silence, as if every outward faculty were absorbed in reverence, they continued, each inwardly knowing, hearing, seeing nothing but the divine influence and attraction of the other. I know not if the portrait was finished. I believe it was not. Noiselessly Idale arose and departed to seek the princess, and Ladislas followed. "Who is that lovely being?" inquired an English traveller some time afterward, pointing out Idale from a group of ladies. "A Polish girl, a protégée of mine," was the reply of the princess, "a daughter of one of Kosciuszko's unfortunate followers, who died here, poor and unknown. She has a great genius for drawing and painting, but she is so different in her nature from the generality of people, that I am afraid she will never get on in the world. All the family are wild and strange. There is a brother who they say is a complete ruffian, brave as a Pole and as unprincipled as an Italian. A villain quite varnished in picturesque, like one of your Lord Byron's corsairs and giaours. Then there is a younger sister, the most uncontrollable little creature, who chose to pretend my house was insupportable, and ran away into Calabria or Campania, and set up as a prima donna. But these, to be sure, are the children of a second wife, an Italian, and Idale, I must confess, has none of their lawlessness, but is remarkably gentle and steady." Disgusted with this heartless conversation, which disturbed his ecstasy, Ladislas hastily quitted the Dashkov palace, and entered the Villa Real, whose ember-earing trees promised solitude. Not one straggler of the gay crowds that frequent this luxurious garden from morning till midnight was now to be seen. With its straight walks buried in gloom and shadow, its stone fonts of sleeping water, its marble statues, its heaven-pointing obelisks, and its midnight air, it was silent as a deserted oratory. When the last strain of the Vesper hymn has died away, The last taper has ceased to burn, the last censer has been flung, and both priests and worshippers have departed. Ladislas cast himself upon a stone seat in the ilex grove that skirts the margin of the bay. "I dreamt not of love," he exclaimed, "I sought her not. I had renounced life and all its train of raptures, hopes, and joys. Cold, and void of every wish, the shadow of death lay upon my heart. Suddenly she stood before me, lovely as an angel that heralds departed spirits to the kingdom of eternal bliss. Fearless, but mild, she poured the magic of her gaze upon my soul. I speak the word of the hour. She shall be mine, or I will die." Reclining in the ilex grove, Ladislas passed the remaining hours of that too short night, entranced in bliss, as if the bright form of his beloved were still shining beside him. Gradually every beauty of the wondrous and far-famed Bay of Naples impressed itself upon his attention. The broad and beamless moon sinking behind the tall elms of Posillipo, the broken starlight on the surface of the waves, their rippling sound as they broke at his feet, Sorrento's purple promontory, and the gentle wind that blew from it, the solitary grandeur of Capri's mountain island rising out of the middle of the bay, a colossal sphinx guarding two baths of azure light, Vesuvius breathing its smoke, and flame, and sparks, in the cloudless ether, all became mingled in inexplicable harmony with his newborn passion, and were indelibly associated with his recollection of that night. The next morning Idaly was sketching in the Villa Real. She had seated herself on the outside of a shady alley. Two persons passed behind her, and the childish petulant voice of one of them drew her attention. That voice, so sweet even in its impatience, certainly belonged to her fugitive sister. "It is she," exclaimed Idaly, gliding swift as thought between the trees, and folding the speaker to her bosom. "Marietta, my dear little Marietta, at last you are come back again. Cattivella. Now promise to stay with me. You know not how miserable I have been about you." "No. I cannot promise anything of the kind," replied Marietta, playing with the ribbons of her guitar. "I choose to have my liberty." Idaly's arms sunk, and her eyes were cast upon the ground when she heard the cold and decided tone in which this refusal was pronounced. On raising the latter, they glanced upon the companion of her sister, and were filled with unconquerable emotion at discovering Ladislas, the elected of her heart. "I met your sister here a few minutes ago," explained he, partaking her feelings, "and having been so fortunate the other day as to render her a slight service." "Oh yes," interrupted Marietta, "I sung for him a whole evening at Gaeta. It was a curious adventure. His carriage was overturned close to the inn. I had arrived there half an hour before, and was walking in an orange grove near the spot, and saw the accident happen, and heard him speak in Polish to his servant. My heart beat with joy. He looked wondrous melancholy. I thought it must be about his country, so I crept as softly as a mouse among the trees under his balcony, and sung him a song in Polish. I improvised it on the spur of the moment. I do not very well recollect it, but it was about azure heavens, southern winds, myrtle and lemon blossoms, and the illustrious unfortunate, and it ought to have pleased him. Just as I had finished, out starts our blessed brother, Giorgio, from the inn, and began one of his most terrific bothers. Imagine how frightened I was, for I thought he was gone to Sicily with his regiment. However, they got him away, and I followed this stranger into his room, and sang to him the rest of the evening. All my best songs, the Mio ben quando veronina passa per amore, the all army of Generali, the Dolce cara patria from Tancredi, the Di Carma from Otello, all my whole stock I assure you. Thus rattled on Marietta, and then, as if her quick eye had already discovered the secret of their attachment, she added, with an arch smile, "But don't be frightened, I daily," though his eyes filled with tears whilst I sung, as yours often do, not a word of praise did the Sarmatian bestow on me. Then return and live with me, dear Marietta, and I will praise you as much, and more than you desire. Santa Maria del Piedi Grotta. What a tiresome person you are, I daily. When you have got an idea into your head, an earthquake would not get it out again. Have I not told you that I will not? If you knew the motive you would approve my resolution. I said I liked my liberty, and so forth, but that was not the reason of my flight. I do not choose to have anything to do with Giorgio and the princess, for, believe me, dearest Idale, disgraceful as my present mode of life seems to you, it is innocence itself compared with the crimes they were leading me into. Some suspicion of this did once cross my mind, her sister replied with a sigh, but I rejected it as too horrible. Dear child, think no more about them. Do you not know that I have left the princess' house, and am living by myself in a little pavilion far up on the Strada Nuova? There you need not fear their molestations. Is not Giorgio then with you? No, I have not seen him for some time. I doubt if he be in Naples. So Messer Giorgio, you have deceived me again. But I might have known that, for he never speaks a word of truth. Be assured, however, he is in Naples, for I caught a glimpse of him this morning, mounting the hill that leads to the barracks at Pizzo-Forcan, and he is as intimate with the princess as ever, though she pretends to disown him. As for me, I am engaged at San Carlos. The writing is signed and sealed, and cannot be broken without forfeiting a heavy sum of money, otherwise I should be happy to live peacefully with you, for you know not, Idale, all I have had to suffer, how sad and ill-treated I have been. How often pinched with want and hunger, and worse than that, when Giorgio takes it into his head to pursue me, and plants himself in the pit, fixing his horrible looks upon me as I sing. How many times I have rushed out of the theatre, and spent the nights in the great wide Maremma, beset by robbers, buffaloes, and wild boars, till I was almost mad with fear and bewilderment. There is a curse upon our family, I think. Did not our father once live in a splendid castle of his own, with 100 retainers to wait upon him, and do you remember the miserable garret in which he died? But I cannot stay any longer. I am wanted at the rehearsal, so, farewell, dearest Idaly. Be you at least happy, and leave me to fulfill the evil destiny that hangs over our race. No, no, exclaimed Ladislas, that must not be, the writing must be cancelled, and then, with the affection and unreserve of a brother, he entered into their sentiments, with sweet and persuasive arguments overcame their scruples of receiving a pecuniary obligation from him, and finally, taking Marietta by the hand, led her away to San Carlos, in order to cancel her engagement. And in another hour it was cancelled. Marietta was once more free and joyful, and, affectionate as old friends, the three met again in the little pavilion, which was Idaly's home. It stood alone in a myrtle wood on the last of the green promontories which form the Strada Nuova, and separate the Bay of Naples from the Bay of Bu, a lonely hermitage secluded from the noise and turmoil of the city, whose only visitors were the faint winds of morning and evening, the smiles of the fair Italian heaven, its wandering clouds, and, perchance, a solitary bird. From every part of the building you could see the bare ocean sparkling breathlessly beneath the sun. Through the windows and the columns of the portico you beheld the mountains of the distant coast shining on, hour after hour, like amethysts in a thrilling vapor of purple transparent light, so ardent yet halcyon, so bright and unreal, a poet would have chosen it to emblem the radiant atmosphere that glows around Elysian isles of eternal peace and joy. Marietta soon left the building to join some fisher boys who were dancing the tarantella upon the beach below. Idaly took her drawing, which was her daily employment, and furnished her the means of subsistence, and Ladislas sat by her side. There was no sound of rolling carriages, no tramp of men and horse, no distant singing, no one speaking near. The wind awoke no rustling amid the leaves of the myrtle wood, and the wave died without a murmur on the shore. Ladislas' deep but melodious voice alone broke the crystal silence of the noonday air. Italy was around him, robed in two splendors of blue and green, but he was an exile, and the recollections of his native land thronged into his memory. During the 3 months it had taken him to effect his escape from Warsaw to Naples, his lips had been closed in silence, whilst his mind had been wrapped in the gloom of the dreadful images that haunted it. In Idaly's countenance there was that expression of innocence and sublimity of soul, of purity and strength, that excited the warmest admiration, and inspired sudden and deep confidence. She looked like some supernatural being that walks through the world, untouched by its corruptions, like one that unconsciously, yet with delight, confers pleasure and peace, and Ladislas felt that, in speaking to her of the dark sorrows of his country, they would lose their mortal weight and be resolved into beauty, by her sympathy. In glowing terms he described the heroic struggle of Poland for liberty, the triumph and exultation that had filled every bosom during the few months they were free, the hardships and privations they had endured, the deeds of daring bravery of the men, the heroism it had awakened in the women, and then its fall, the return of the Russians, the horrible character of Russian despotism, its sternness and deceit, its pride and selfish ignorance, the loss of public and private integrity, the disbelief of good, the blighted, hopeless, joyless life endured by those whom it crushes beneath its servitude. Thus passed the hours of the forenoon. Then Ladislas, fixing his eyes upon the coast of Bu, and expressing at the same time his impatience to visit that ancient resort of heroes and of emperors, I daily led the way by a small path down the hill to the beach. There they found a skiff, and, unmooring it from its rocky haven, embarked in it. It had been sweet to mark the passage of that light bark freighted with these happy lovers, when borne by its sails it swept through the little ocean channel that lies between the beaked promontories of the mainland and the closing cliffs of the island of Nisida, and when with gentle motion it glided into the open expanse of the Bay of Bu, and cut its way through the translucent water, above the ruins of temples and palaces overgrown by seaweed, on which the rays of the sun were playing, creating 1,000 rainbow hues, that varied with every wave that flowed over them. In all that plain of blue light it was the only moving thing, and as if it had been the child of the ocean that bore it, and the sun that looked down on it, it sped gaily along in their smiles past the fortress where Brutus and Cassius sought shelter after the death of Caesar, past the temples of Jupiter and Neptune, by the ruins of that castle in which 3 Romans once portioned out the world between them, to the Cumaean hill that enshadows the beloved Lyntanum of Scipio Africanus, and in which he died. The whole of this coast is a paradise of natural beauty, investing with its own loveliness the time-eaten wrecks with which it is strewn. The mouldering past is mingled with the vivid present, ruin and grey annihilation are decked in eternal spring. The woody windings of the shore reveal, in their deep recesses, the gleaming marble fragments of the abodes of ancient heroes. The verdurous hues of the promontories mingle with the upright columns of shattered temples, or clothed, with nature's voluptuous bloom, the pale funereal urns of departed gods, whilst the foliage and the inland fountains, and the breaking waves upon the shore, were murmuring around their woven minstrelsy of love and joy. Earth, sea, and sky blazed like 3 gods, with tranquil but animated loveliness, with a splendor that did not dazzle, with a richness that could not satiate. The air on that beautiful warm coast was as a field of fragrance. The refreshing sea breeze seemed to blow from paradise, quickening the senses, and bringing to them the odor of 1,000 unknown blossoms. "What world is this?" exclaimed Ladislas in a tone of rapture that nearly answered its own question. I could imagine I had entered an enchanted garden. 4 heavens surround me, the one above, the pure element beneath me with its waves that shine and tremble as stars, the adorned earth that hangs over it, and the heaven of delight they create within my breast. Morning is here a rose, day a tulip, night a lily, evening is, like morning, again a rose, and life seems a choral hymn of beautiful and glowing sentiments, that I go singing to myself as I wander along this perpetual path of flowers. It was night ere they again reached the pavilion. It stood dark and deserted in the clear moonshine. The door was locked. After calling and knocking repeatedly without obtaining any answer, it became evident that Marietta had quitted the dwelling. In the first moment of surprise which this occurrence occasioned, they had not observed a written sheet of paper, of a large size, which lay unfolded and placed directly before the door, as if to attract attention. I daily took it up and read the following lines, traced by Marietta. Oh, I daily, but a few hours ago, how calm and secure we were in happiness, now danger and perhaps destruction is our portion. One chance yet remains, the moment you get this, persuade, not only persuade, but compel that adorable stranger to fly instantly from Naples. He is not safe here an instant longer. Do not doubt what I say, or his life may be the forfeit. How can I impress this on your mind? I would not willingly betray anyone, but how else can I save him? Giorgio has been here. Oh! The frightful violence of that man! He raved like an insane person, and let fall such dark and bloody hints as opened worlds of horror to me. I am gone to discover what I can. I know his haunts, and his associates, and shall soon find out if there be any truth in what he threatens. I could not await your return, neither dare I leave the pavilion open. Who knows if, in the interval between my departure and your return, an assassin might not conceal himself within, and your first welcome be, to see the stranger fall lifeless at your feet. His every step is watched by spies armed for his destruction. I know not what to do, and yet it seems to me that my going may possibly avert the catastrophe. Marietta Ladislas listened to these lines unmoved, but the effect they produced on Idaly was dreadful. She gave implicit credence to them, and every word sounded as a knell. She lost all presence of mind. Every reflection that might have taught her to avert the stroke she so much dreaded, was swallowed up in anguish, as if the deed that was to be consummated were already done. What task can be more difficult than to describe the overwhelming agony which heavy and unexpected misery produces? To have lived the day that Idaly had just lived, a day in which all the beauty of existence had been unveiled to its very depths, to have dreamt, as she had done, a dream of love that steeped her soul in divine and almost uncommunicable joy, and now to sink from this pinnacle of happiness into a black and lampless cavern, the habitation of death, whose spectral form and chilling spirit was felt through all the air. This is but a feeble metaphor of the sudden transition from rapture to misery which Idaly experienced. She looked upon Ladislas, and beheld him bright and full of life, the roseate hues of health upon his cheek, his eyes beaming with peaceful joy, his noble countenance varying not in the least from that imperturbable self-possession which was its habitual expression. And as her imagination made present to her the fatal moment, when beneath the dagger of the assassin this adored being should sink bleeding, wounded, and then be forever lost in death, her blood rushed to her heart, a deadly pause ensued, from which she awoke in a bewildering mist of horror. Ladislas beheld her excess of emotion with pain, in which, however, all was not pain, for it was blended with that triumphant exultation that a lover ever feels when he for the first time becomes assured that he is beloved by the object of his love with an affection tender and intense as his own. As soon as Idaly recovered some presence of mind, with passionate supplications she entreated Ladislas to leave her, to fly this solitary spot, and to seek safety amid the crowded streets of Naples. He would not hear of this. He gently remonstrated with her upon the unreasonableness of her terrors, urging how little probable it was that his passing rencontre with Giorgio at Gaeta could have awakened in him such a deadly spirit of revenge as Marietta represented. He viewed the whole thing lightly, attributing it either to the vivacity of Marietta's imagination, which had made her attach a monstrous import to some angry expressions of her brother, or looking upon it as a merry device which she had contrived in order to frighten them, and tranquilized Idale by assurances that they would shortly see her wild sister return laughing, and full of glee at the success of her plot. In this expectation 2 hours passed away, but still no Marietta appeared, and it had grown too late to seek another shelter without exposing Idale to the slander of evil-minded people. They passed the rest of the night therefore in the portico, Idale sometimes pale and breathless, with recurring fears, and sometimes calm and happy, as Ladislas poured forth his tale of passionate love. His feelings, on the contrary, were pure and unalloyed. Where Idale was, there was the whole universe to him; where she was not, there was only a formless void. He had an insatiable thirst for her presence, which only grew intenser with the enjoyment of its own desire, and he blessed the fortunate occurrence that prolonged his bliss during hours which otherwise would have been spent pining in absence from her. No other considerations intruded. Blessings kindled within his eyes as he gazed upon that lovely countenance and faultless form, and angels might have envied his happiness. Morning came, bright and serene. The sun arose, the ocean and the mountains again resumed their magic splendor, the myrtle woods and every minute a bloom of the garden shone out beneath the sun, and the whole earth was a happy form made perfect by the power of light. They recollected that they had promised to join the Princess Dashkof, and a large party of her friends, at 8 o'clock. In an excursion to Paestum. The point of meeting was the shore of the Villa Real, where the numerous guests were to embark in a steamer which had been engaged for the occasion.